Traveler, I see you here, not whole, not yet. Your face is gone, your reflection empty, and still you walk. Step into the quiet of this place. Let the walls breathe around you. Let your shadow stretch. Let the air shift. Feel the silence press softly against your skin. Hear the faint hum beneath the floors, the whisper of steps that are not your own. And if you subscribe, it helps me bring more journeys like this to the edges of your nights. Journeys where the lost and the searching move together in silence. This moment is yours to step fully into what waits. Before you walk further, you should know this place is not ordinary. Faces gather here, fragments of those who lost themselves. Some have grown used to the emptiness. Some tremble with what they cannot remember. Lights float without source, corridors twist without end. Walls breathe faintly, shadows move just beyond the corner of your eye. Whispers echo your own name differently, sometimes urgent, sometimes soft. You may see shapes of faces in the dark, some familiar, some strange, and somewhere in the distance, something waits. Not all you find will be what you expect. Not all that you seek will return itself to you. Still, you must move forward, following the echoes of who you once were. The path begins here, through silence, through hallways that do not obey logic, and through this place, your search will begin. You are walking alone, following a sound you could not identify. The air was thick, almost liquid, pressing against your skin. A light flickered above you, uneven, as if it hesitated before fully appearing. You felt a tug inside your chest, not pain, not fear, but a hollow pull. When you looked in the mirror, you did not know you had brought. Your reflection wavered. The features that once belonged to you stretched, and then they were gone. Your eyes vanished first, leaving smooth hollows that drank the light. Then your mouth, your nose, the familiar lines of your face dissolved like smoke in the air. You touched where your cheeks should have been, feeling nothing but the faint memory of warmth. Panic rose, but it was muffled. As if swallowed by the walls around you, you turned, searching for someone, anyone, but the space held only shadows that seemed to hum with expectation. Other figures appeared, not yet fully formed, faceless, like you would soon become. They moved with quiet hesitation, hands reaching out, grasping at the air, murmuring words without sound. You realized then you were not alone in this, that this place, this strange waiting place, took faces. And yet it did not feel cruel, only necessary, as if it were gathering pieces for something beyond understanding. A corridor stretched before you, longer than memory should allow. Walls pulsing faintly, alive with unspoken thought. You stepped forward, feeling the emptiness of your own face in every movement. The other faceless figures shifted silently around you, some moving with purpose, some drifting like mist. You sensed that your face, your true self, was somewhere in this place, hidden, waiting to be reclaimed. A doorway appeared to your left, a faint golden light spilling out. You approached, but the floor beneath your feet trembled lightly, like it knew you were coming. A whisper brushed your ear, a syllable you almost recognized. It was not a voice you could see, but a presence, warm and unyielding. You understood without thinking that to find your face, you must move deeper, past the corridors that twist without logic, past the rooms where faces float like forgotten memory, past the shadows that shift in ways that make your stomach tighten. You take a breath, one you can feel in every bone, and step forward. The journey begins here, in the hollow space of what you once were. Every step echoes your lot. Every shadow hints at the shape of your face, and though the world feels uncertain, you know you must move, must continue, must search. The faceless figures drift beside you, some reaching, some silent, all part of this place, and somewhere deep a pulse of familiarity waits your face, or what it has become. You step into the corridor again, longer, darker, alive with whispers, moving beyond the edge of thought. You step deeper into the corridor, walls shifting gently, bending as if they remember every footstep you have ever taken. The air is heavy, scented with something faintly metallic, something that reminds you of old memories you cannot name. A low hum vibrates beneath the floor, as though the building itself were breathing with a rhythm only you can feel. Shadows gather at the edges of your vision, shapes that twist just beyond understanding. Some shapes resemble faces, but no eyes meet yours. No mouth forms a word you recognize. You reach toward one, and it dissipates into a mist of pale light, leaving only a faint echo of warmth. Ahead, a chamber opens without warning, wide enough to hold hundreds of figures. They drift there, silent and faceless, some reaching toward the ceiling, some curling into themselves. Your stomach tightens. A strange recognition flashes. Some of them mimic gestures you once made, some pause in poses you know too well. You take a careful step forward, and the floor hums beneath you as if the space itself is aware of your presence. A faint flicker of movement catches your eye. Someone else moving among the drifting shapes. They pause and turn slowly towards you, faceless like the rest. Yet the angle of their tilt, the tension in their posture, it is unmistakable, searching, like you. You wonder for a moment if you are seeing yourself, a fragment of who you were. The corridor behind you twists slightly, closing as if it never existed. You realize then there is no return, only movement forward, deeper into the place where faces gather. A doorway appears to your left, carved with shifting symbols that ripple like water. You step through, and the room beyond is quieter. The hum has softened. In the center, a pool of dark liquid, smooth, reflective, yet your reflection is absent. You kneel by the edge, reaching toward the surface. Your fingers disturb the dark liquid. Ripples spread across the surface, and for a brief moment, you think you see your face, blurred, twisted, reaching back at you. But it vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the cold shimmer of the pool. A soft whisper drifts from the corners of the room, syllables that do not form words, yet communicate a pull, a direction. You rise, stepping away from the pool, following the murmur, deeper into another corridor. Figures move beside you, some falling in behind, some drifting ahead, all faceless, all searching. The walls pulse lightly, shifting in rhythm with the hum beneath your feet, guiding, warning, observing. And somewhere ahead, a doorway glows faintly, a promise or a trap. You cannot tell. The journey is no longer just about finding your face. It is about understanding why it was lost. And as you move forward, every shadow, every wisp, every flicker of light reminds you that you are not the only one searching, not the only one incomplete, yet you are the only one who can reclaim yourself. Step by careful step, the corridor stretches endlessly, waiting without hurry. The corridor bends again, unnaturally, turning in ways that make your balance shift. Walls stretch and contract as if breathing, faint textures brushing your fingertips, soft, almost alive. A low vibration hums underfoot, echoing through your bones, each step syncing with the pulse. Figures drift along the corridor beside you, faceless, gliding like mist caught between light and shadow. You reach toward one, and it freezes, tilts its head as if listening, then continues without acknowledgement. A distant sound reaches you, soft, a bell or a footstep, you cannot tell. The space twists again. A doorway appears above you, floating in midair, edges glowing faintly. You climb carefully, finding yourself on a landing that overlooks a vast chamber. The chamber stretches endlessly, walls bending upward into darkness, the ceiling lost in shadow. Hundreds of faceless figures drift below, some standing, some kneeling, some hovering slightly above the floor. A faint golden light traces along the edges of the chamber, illuminating only fragments of forms. You spot a figure that moves differently. It seems to notice you, pauses, tilts its head, searching like you. Something flickers in your memory, a sense of recognition, not fear, not warmth, but curiosity, sharp and unsettling. You step closer to the edge, and a soft murmur brushes your ear, a syllable you almost understand. It is neither threatening nor friendly, simply present, guiding, testing. The chamber floor shifts beneath you, a subtle tremor, nothing violent, yet you feel the weight of the place itself, aware of your every step. A narrow corridor opens at the far end, thin, almost like a crack in reality. You move toward it, each step carrying you past faceless figures that do not touch you, do not speak, only watch. The walls here shimmer faintly. Reflections of yourself appear, fragments, twisted versions of your missing face. Some vanish before you can focus, others linger just long enough to leave a memory of hollowness. You touch one reflection, and the air vibrates softly, a hum that resonates in your chest. It is not your face, not yet, but it is closer than before. You take a breath, and the corridor stretches wider, leading to a staircase that coils into shadow. Figures drift beside you again, some reaching out, others turning away. You sense that each of them has a piece of what was taken, each searching, each incomplete, and somewhere above, a faint glimmer, the pulse of something familiar, a shape you have not seen, yet know exists. You climb carefully, each step a negotiation with gravity, with expectation, with the unseen rhythm of this place. The shadows stretch along the spiraling walls, elongating, twisting, almost like they are breathing along with you. At the top, a landing appears, a single door, glowing faintly with an inner light. The figures stop here, faceless and silent, leaving you alone, or almost alone. You reach the door, place your hand on the smooth surface, and feel a faint thrum, as if it recognizes you. The pulse matches the beat of your missing face, or perhaps it is your own heartbeat, and you realize you are closer than ever. Yet the path remains uncertain. The door shivers under your hand, a soft vibration that pulses through your fingertips. When you push it open, the room yawns before you, wider than any corridor should be. Light spills unevenly, a gray-gold haze that twists and refracts across the walls. You step inside. The floor beneath your feet is smooth and cold, yet it hums with a rhythm like your own pulse. Faceless figures drift here too, more numerous than before, some suspended halfway above the ground, others kneeling or crouching. They do not move toward you, yet you feel the weight of their attention. Some of them gesture with hands that tremble slightly, reaching for something, reaching for nothing. You sense the room itself is aware, walls contracting subtly with each breath you take. A faint echo travels from the far corner, like footsteps that do not belong to anyone. You follow the sound, your own faceless reflection rippling on the walls with every step. Shapes flicker across the surfaces, fragmented faces, not yours, yet eerily familiar. One shape pauses just long enough for your mind to catch it. A face smiling, faintly, then gone. Your stomach twists, recognition and unease. A memory of who you were. In the center of the room, a tall pedestal rises, smooth and dark, like obsidian polished by the passing of countless hands. Upon it rests a mirror, yet not a normal mirror. The glass ripples slightly, distorting every reflection. You approach cautiously, your eyes straining for any hint of what was lost. For a brief moment, you think you see your face, sharp and whole, looking back at you with intent, but it flickers, melts into shadow, and disappears again. A whisper drifts from nowhere, or everywhere, brushing against your ears. Not yet, not yet. You step back, heart quickening, senses straining to catch the unseen currents of this place. The faceless figures shuffle closer, some brushing past you softly, others hovering silently in the corners. You feel their intent, not malicious, not kind, simply searching. Wait, the room bends subtly, walls undulating like water, soft edges curling inward. From a shadowed doorway, a single figure emerges, taller than the rest, faceless, but somehow different. It moves with purpose toward the mirror. Gestures you cannot understand, where instincts tell you to follow, every step heavy with anticipation. The mirror pulses, the surface shimmering like liquid silver. You glance around, the room seems to expand and contract at once. Corridors folding into each other, impossible angles forming under your feet. Your faceless companions drift behind, following, observing, silent. You reach the mirror, raise your hands, feeling the hum in the air against your palms. For a moment, your face is there, fragments splintered across the surface. The figure beside you pauses, a tilt of the head, the ghost of recognition. You realize then, your face is not gone, not entirely. It has been waiting, scattered, hidden, across the space of this place. A pulse vibrates through the floor, stronger than before, calling you forward, deeper, and you understand the journey is only beginning. Each step closer to reclaiming yourself brings new shadows, new faces, new truths to face. You step forward, leaving the mirror behind for now, guided by the pull of what is still missing. The faceless world stretches ahead, corridors bending, shadows shifting, whispers following, waiting without hurry. You leave the mirror behind. The pedestal fades from view as the corridor swallows it. The air thickens with a quiet tension. The hum beneath your feet deepens, pulsing like a heartbeat you cannot quite feel. Corridors stretch endlessly, walls twisting subtly, folding into angles your mind does not want to recognize. Faceless figures drift alongside, some gliding silently, others stumbling slightly as though uncertain of the floor beneath. A faint glow appears ahead, flickering across the walls like liquid light. You move toward it, drawn by the pulse that resonates with the emptiness of your own face. The corridor opens into a vast hall, ceilings stretching higher than memory allows, shadows pooling in the corners. Shapes move within the darkness, more faceless travelers, some frozen in poses of despair, others reaching toward light that does not illuminate them fully. You notice a soft murmur rising from the far side, almost like a conversation without words, a rhythm in the hum of their searching. You step forward, the floor beneath you shifts imperceptibly, like the hall itself is aware of your presence. Figures turn toward you, Some pause, tilting heads, as though listening for recognition. One drifts closer, its hand extending toward a shadowed wall, motioning for you to follow. You hesitate, but instinct drives you forward toward the movement. The rhythm of something familiar in the shape of absence. A doorway appears suddenly, carved from a material that seems alive, pulsating softly with a muted glow. You step inside, the walls hum. The floor vibrates beneath your feet. In the center, a pool of dark water, smooth, still, reflecting nothing but shadow. You kneel at the edge, your hands hover above the surface. Ripples form, shapes shift, fragments of faces appear. Fleeting glimpses, yours, perhaps, almost recognizable. A whisper brushes your ear, not words, not sounds, only intent, guiding, warning. You rise, stepping away from the pool, following a faint trail of light that twists along the floor. The corridor ahead narrows, winding between walls that breathe faintly. Faceless figures drift beside you, some pressing closer, some retreating, all searching, all silent. A low vibration pulses beneath your feet, stronger than before. Your chest feels it in every bone. You turn a corner, and a room appears, filled with suspended mirrors, hundreds of them, each one reflecting fragments of faceless traveler, twisting and merging in impossible patterns. You see glimpses of yourself scattered across the surfaces, pieces of your missing face appearing in reflections that do not align. The pulse intensifies, urging you forward deeper into the hall of fragment. You take a step, then another, and the mirrors shift slightly, acknowledging your movement, or perhaps mocking it. Faceless travelers drift closer, some observing, others seemingly ignoring your presence. You realize then your face is not lost. It has been hidden, scattered, waiting to be discovered. Every step forward reveals more fragments, pieces of memory, pieces of self waiting for your touch. You move carefully, following the subtle vibrations and shadows toward what is still missing, and somewhere ahead, a door pulses with a light that feels like recognition. You step toward it, the hall stretching endlessly behind you. A soft thrum that spreads through your arm and chest. You push it open, and the room beyond yawns wider than logic allows. Walls shimmer faintly, as if made of liquid glass, bending reflections of yourself in strange, impossible angles. The floor hums beneath your feet, a vibration that seems to whisper secrets only you can hear. Faceless figures drift through the space, some gliding smoothly, others jerking as though uncertain of their own limbs. They do not speak, do not acknowledge you directly, yet the air around them trembles with intent. You see one hover near a floating orb of dim light, its hand outstretched, fingers grazing the surface. The orb quivers in response, faint shapes forming within, fragments of faces, fragments of memory. You feel a pull in your chest, a recognition you cannot place, as though the fragments know you are here. You step closer, the floor beneath you bends slightly, warping under the weight of anticipation. The faceless figure notices your approach, pauses, then drifts aside, guiding you toward a narrow corridor lined with mirrors. The mirrors ripple faintly as you pass, reflecting glimpses of your missing face, fractured, twisted, incomplete. Some fragments seem to move independently, blinking, smiling, shifting in impossible ways. A low hum rises, not from the floor, not from the walls, but from within the air itself, vibrating through your bones. You follow the corridor, each step echoing strangely, overlapping with whispers from unseen lips. At the end of the hall, a chamber opens, filled with hundreds of faceless figures. Some float, some kneel, Some press against walls that bend around them. All seem to be searching, reaching, waiting, yet their attention is scattered, fragmented. You step among them, feeling the weight of their silence, the pull of their intent. A faint glow emerges from the center of the chamber, a pedestal covered in symbols that pulse like a heartbeat. On it rests a small, dark shard of reflective glass, no larger than your palm, yet it hums with a strange familiarity. You lift it carefully, and in its surface, a fragment of your own face appears, a single eye, blinking slowly. Your chest tightens, recognition and unease mixing. You glance around, faceless figures drift closer, some observing, some turning away. The shard trembles in your hand, urging you forward, deeper into the hall toward the next fragment. You move cautiously, each step a negotiation with shadows and whispers. The corridor narrows again, walls breathing softly with anticipation. A flicker of movement catches your eye. Another traveler, faceless yet distinct, hovering near a pool of dark liquid. It turns toward you, tilts its head slightly, a silent invitation to follow. You understand instinctively, each fragment of your face, each step forward, draws you closer to understanding. The room stretches endlessly ahead, filled with murmurs, ripples of light, shifting shadows, and you step forward, heart pulsing in sync with the hum of the place. The corridor ahead twists sharply, walls bending in ways that defy memory. Light flickers unevenly along the edges, shadows pooling in impossible corners. The hum beneath your feet grows stronger, resonating in your chest. You notice shapes moving along the walls, faces emerging briefly from the surfaces, fragments of travelers long past. Some glance at you, not with eyes, but with intention, a silent warning or guidance, you cannot tell. You step forward cautiously, the air thickening with anticipation. Ahead, a narrow archway opens, carved from black stone that seems to drink light. You step through and find yourself in a chamber, unlike any before. The floor is covered in a thin layer of water, reflecting pale, shifting lights from unseen sources. Faceless figures drift across the water, their movements fluid, like they are weightless. Each step you take sends ripples through the surface, distorting the reflections of the others. You pause to look down and see fragments of your own face scattered across the water. Eyes, a mouth, a cheek, blinking softly in and out of existence. A whisper rises from the surface, not words, only a rhythm pulsing in time with the hum beneath your feet. You kneel carefully, reaching toward one fragment, and it quivers at your touch. The moment stretches, a flicker of recognition, passing between you and the shard. A ripple spreads across the water, carrying light and shadow toward a distant corner. You follow it, stepping carefully across the liquid floor, feeling the vibration through your soles. Figures drift alongside you, some reaching toward fragments of their own missing faces, some frozen in silent observation. A faint golden light glimmers ahead, forming the outline of a doorway, floating above the water without support. You climb toward it, each step weighted with anticipation. The doorway pulses with a soft rhythm, matching the fragments in your hand. You step through, merging into a long hall, lined with mirrors, hundreds of them. Reflections twist and bend, faceless travelers appearing and disappearing within the glass surfaces. You see fragments of yourself in each mirror, some moving independently, blinking, shifting. A figure emerges from the shadows, taller than the rest, faceless yet distinct, its posture deliberate. Watching you closely, it gestures toward the mirrors, a silent command or invitation. You step closer, fragments of your face quivering in response. The mirrors ripple as you pass, forming shapes that resemble faces. You remember distorted, fragmented, incomplete. A low vibration rises, the air thick with expectation, pulsing through your chest. You realize then the journey is more than recovery. It is trial, a test of recognition, of patience, of understanding. Every step forward reveals word fragments, shadows, whispers, the faint pulse of what you once were. You move cautiously, guided by rhythm and reflection, deeper into the hall. The faceless figures drift beside you, silent companions on this strange path. And somewhere ahead, the light glimmers brighter, the pulse stronger, a hint of completeness waiting for you. You step forward, heart and mind, straining with the pull of what is still missing. The hall stretches endlessly, corridors twisting and breathing with anticipation, waiting without hurry, mirrors on every side, reflecting fragments of travelers and yourself. The air shimmers slightly, like heat haze, but colder, heavier, more expectant. You step carefully, each footfall sending faint ripples through the reflections. A shadow shifts in one mirror, a face forming slowly, a single eye blinking toward you. You reach out, but the image melts instantly into the glass, leaving only pale ripples behind. Faceless figures drift alongside you, some hovering close, others fading into shadows at the edges of your vision. You notice a corridor opening to the left, narrower, walls bending inward, pulsing softly. The air smells faintly metallic, like something old and waiting. You step inside, and the walls hum faintly, vibrating with memory. Shapes emerge from the darkness, fragments of faces scattered across the surfaces, some floating, some pressed against walls that breathe faintly. A low murmur rises, syllables that are not words, yet seem to carry meaning, guiding, warning. You follow the sound carefully, stepping between the fragments of your missing face. Each fragment trembles slightly as you approach, recognition flickering in its surface. You lift one fragment, a cheekbone, and it pulses softly in your hand. A ripple spreads through the corridor, vibrating against the walls and floor. Another figure appears, faceless yet distinct, moving deliberately through the hall of fragments. It gestures toward a distant chamber, an invitation or command. You cannot tell. You step forward, following the subtle pull, the corridor bending and twisting as though alive. Shadows stretch and fold across the floor, forms moving without clear logic, almost like breathing, almost like watching. The chamber ahead glows faintly, golden light spilling across walls, covered with shifting symbols. Faceless figures drift close, silent companions in this strange, waiting place. You step into the chamber, the floor smooth and cold beneath your feet, humming softly. In the center, a shallow pool of black liquid, smooth as glass, reflecting nothing but shadow. You kneel at the edge, fragments of your face scattered across the surface, blinking softly in and out of existence. A whisper drifts from the corners of the chamber, not words, only rhythm, pulsing in sync with the fragments. You dip your fingers into the pool, the liquid cold and a subtle resistance against your touch. The fragments respond, quivering slightly, as though alive. You lift one fragment, an eye, blinking slowly, recognition flaring in the hollow absence, where your own should be. The air thickens, the pulse intensifies, the faceless figures shift, some drifting closer, some remaining silent. You rise, stepping away from the pool, following a faint trail of light that coils along the floor. The corridor stretches further, twisting and bending with each step, walls pulsing softly in anticipation. Shadows flicker along the edges, faces forming for a fraction of a second, then vanishing again. You realize then the journey is more than reseaming your face. It is understanding the place that holds. Every step forward uncovers more fragments, more shadows, more whispers of what you were. And somewhere ahead, a door pulses brighter, a rhythm that matches your heartbeat. You step toward it, the chamber stretching endlessly behind you. You reach for the handle, feeling the subtle vibration beneath your fingers. A low hum rises through the corridor, echoing in your chest. Syncing with your heartbeat, you push the door open and step into a vast hall, unlike any before. The walls are covered with shifting sigils, glowing faintly, pulsating in rhythm with the hum beneath your feet. Faceless figures drift across the room, some walking, some hovering, others kneeling in silent meditation. Shadows flicker along the edges, twisting and curling like smoke in impossible directions. You notice fragments of your face scattered among the figures, eyes, a cheek, a mouth, blinking faintly in and out of existence. You step forward, reaching for a fragment, and it shivers under your touch, pulsing softly with recognition. A figure drifts closer, faceless yet distinct, moving deliberately, tilting its head as though studying you. You hesitate, feeling the weight of its intent, a subtle warning or guidance. You cannot tell. The floor beneath you hums, vibrating through your bones. Urging you forward, a corridor opens at the far end, narrow and twisting, walls shimmering slightly. You follow it, stepping carefully between the faceless figures, some observing, some turning away. Shapes form along the walls, fragments of faces appearing briefly, then melting back into shadow. A whisper brushes your ear, not words, not sound, only intent guiding your steps. You reach a chamber filled with mirrors, hundreds of them, each reflecting fragments of travelers and yourself. Reflections twist and bend, faceless figures appearing and disappearing within the glass. You see pieces of your missing face scattered across the mirrors, blinking softly in and out of existence. You reach toward one, and it quivers, pulsing softly in your hand. The air thickens, a low vibration rising, resonating with every fragment in the room. A figure emerges from shadow, taller than the rest, faceless yet distinct, moving deliberately through the hall of mirrors. It gestures toward a distant pool of black liquid, a silent invitation, a test or a warning. You step forward cautiously, following the soothed pull of recognition. The pool is smooth and reflective, like glass. Dark as night, fragments of your face float across the surface, blinking in slow rhythm. You kneel beside it, reaching toward a fragment, an eye, and it flares with recognition as you touch it. The air vibrates softly, the hum rising, the shadows shifting in response. You rise, fragments in hand, stepping away from the pool toward a corridor glowing faintly ahead. The walls breathe softly, pulsing with anticipation, guiding your steps. Shadows stretch along the corridor, faces forming briefly, then vanishing. You understand now, the journey is not only to reclaim your face, but to understand why it was lost. Every step forward reveals more fragments, more whispers, more hints of the truth hidden in the faceless world. And somewhere ahead, a door pulses brighter, a rhythm that resonates deep in your chest. You reach out, fingertips brushing against the surface, feeling it vibrate with life. You push it open and step into a hall that seems impossibly wide. The floor is smooth and reflective, like dark glass, pulsing softly beneath your feet. Faceless figures drift through the space, some walking, some hovering, all moving with purpose that you cannot decipher. The walls shimmer faintly, like liquid metal, reflecting fragments of travelers, fragments of yourself. You notice a figure hovering near the far end, taller than the rest. Faceless yet distinct, its movements deliberate. Watching, waiting, you step forward cautiously, each footfall echoing softly in the hall. Shadows stretch and curl along the edges, twisting as if alive, almost breathing with intent. A faint hum rises from beneath the floor, pulsing in time with your heartbeat. You notice fragments of your face scattered across the reflective surface, eyes, mouth, cheek, blinking softly in and out of existence. You kneel, reaching toward a fragment, and it shivers in your hand, pulsing with recognition. A whisper drifts from the shadows, not words, only intent, guiding your next step. You rise, fragments in hand, stepping carefully among the faceless figures. The hall bends subtly around you, walls shifting slightly, as if aware of your presence. A narrow corridor opens to the left, shimmering faintly, walls bending inward slightly. You follow it, feeling the pull of recognition, the fragments vibrating softly in response. The corridor leads to a chamber filled with mirrors, hundreds of them, reflecting fragments of travelers, fragments of yourself scattered across the surfaces. Reflections twist and bend, flickering in impossible patterns, blinking in and out of existence. You see pieces of your missing face, scattered across the mirrors, almost whole, almost complete. A figure emerges from shadow, faceless yet distinct, hovering deliberately among the mirrors. It gestures toward a distant pool of dark liquid, smooth and reflective like glass. You step toward it, the floor pulsing softly beneath your feet. The pool ripples as you kneel beside it, fragments floating across the surface. Blinking slowly, you reach toward one, an eye, and it flares with recognition. As your fingers touch it, the faceless figure drifts closer, tilts its head as though observing, instructing without words. You rise, fragments in hand, stepping away from the pool, following the faint glow of a corridor ahead. The walls pulse softly, shadows stretching along the edges, faces forming briefly, then melting into darkness. You understand now the journey is not only to reclaim your face, but to comprehend why it was lost. Every step forward reveals more fragments, more shadows, more hints of the hidden truth. And somewhere ahead, a door pulses brighter, a rhythm that resonates deep in your chest. You step toward it, the hall stretching endlessly behind you, waiting without hurry. The golden light spilling along the edges, your hand hovers over the handle, feeling the vibration thrum through your arm. You push it open slowly, stepping into a vast chamber, impossibly tall, impossibly wide. The walls shimmer like liquid silver, reflecting fragments of travelers and pieces of yourself, fractured. Blinking softly, faceless figures drift across the floor, some hovering, some kneeling, all searching, all waiting. You step forward, the floor hums beneath your feet, a rhythm that syncs with the fragments of your missing face. In your hand, shadows stretch along the walls, twisting in impossible angles, curling and unfurling like breathing smoke. A low murmur rises from the far corner, syllables that are not words, yet seem to carry meaning, guiding your steps. You follow it, stepping carefully between faceless figures, some glancing at you with intent, some indifferent, At the center of the chamber, a pedestal rises, carved from black stone, etched with symbols that pulse faintly. Upon it rests a shard of reflective glass, small but alive with the same vibration as your fragments. You approach, kneeling beside it, fragments quivering in response to the shard. A whisper brushes against your ear, not sound, only intent, a pull toward understanding. You lift the shard carefully, and in its surface, a fragment of your face appears, an eye blinking slowly, recognition flaring in your chest. A faceless figure drifts closer, tilting its head, observing, guiding, without words. You rise, fragments in hand, stepping away from the pedestal, following a faint trail of light that coils along the floor. The corridor stretches ahead, walls bending and breathing softly with anticipation. Shadows flicker along the edges, forming faces briefly, then vanishing into darkness. A distant door glows faintly, its pulse matching the rhythm of your chest. You move toward it cautiously, feeling the hum beneath your feet grow stronger. A figure steps out of shadow, faceless yet distinct, hovering deliberately in your path. It gestures toward the glowing door, a silent instruction to continue, a warning to be mindful. You step forward, following the subtle pull of recognition, fragments quivering in your hands. The chamber stretches endlessly, shadows twisting around the edges, whispers brushing against your thoughts. You realize then, the journey is more than reclaiming your face. It is understanding the place that holds it. Every step forward reveals more fragments, more shadows, more hints of the hidden truth, waiting to be uncovered. And somewhere ahead, the door pulses brighter, a rhythm that resonates deep within you. You step toward it, the chamber stretching endlessly behind you. Sound greets you first, a slow chime that seems to swing through the air without a source. The walls around you ripple in response, metallic surfaces bending like waves. Ahead, the floor tilts downward into a spiral path, narrow, smooth, lit by faint pulses of blue light. You begin to descend, each step carrying you deeper. The air cooler, sharper, faceless figures linger along the walls, pressed against them like shadows given form. Unmoving, yet aware, their presence pushes at your thoughts, not words, but questions, as if they are asking whether you belong among them. You clutch the fragments tighter, the hum of recognition pressing into your palm. At the spiral's base you find a circular chamber, its ceiling hidden in mist, its floor carved with concentric rings that glow faintly as you step closer to the center. In the middle stands a structure of bone-white stone, shaped like an arch, yet sealed shut. Upon its surface, dozens of faces are carved, not whole, not still, shifting subtly as if alive. Each face glances at you briefly before melting back into the stone, leaving no trace it was ever there. You step forward, the arch reacts, rings of light flaring on the floor, pressing into your chest like a silent heartbeat. One of the faces freezes mid-shift, and you recognize it. Your own mouth, pulled into silence. A faint pressure pulls at your own skin where your mouth should be. Phantom sensation rising in waves. You reach out, your hand trembling as it brushes the cold stone. The carved mouth flares briefly with light, then vanishes. In its place appears another fragment in your palm, heavier than the others, carrying a deeper thrum. The faceless shadows along the walls lean forward slightly, no movement in their bodies, only intent pressing in closer. From the ceiling above, something begins to fall, not liquid, not stone, but strands of light, twisting downward like threads. They weave across the chamber, brushing the faceless figures who shiver at the contact. One strand lands across your arm, sinking into your skin with no resistance, leaving a faint glow that pulses with your heartbeat. The arch begins to hum, a low resonance that shakes the floor and stirs the mist overhead. Shadows scatter back into the wall, withdrawing from the sound, leaving you alone in the circle. The sealed stone cracks faintly down the middle, releasing a gust of cool air that tastes of iron and dust. You step back instinctively, but the fragments in your hands flare brightly, pulling you forward again. The crack widens slightly, revealing only darkness within, deeper than shadow, older than silence. Something waits beyond that divide, not hostile, but not passive either, aware of your presence. You stand at the fragments, trembling as though eager to be claimed. Behind you the spiral path has sealed shut, only this way forward remains. The arch hums louder, faces flickering across its stone surface faster and faster, none of them yours this time. The air presses against your skin like unseen hands, urging you toward the dark opening. You step closer, breath shallow, balance tilting forward into the waiting divide. The darkness stirs, and you cross into it, dissolving from light into endless unseen corridors, drifting into what lies ahead. Darkness folds around you like heavy cloth, thick, muffling sound, muting every trace of the chamber you left behind. When your eyes adjust, faint threads of light in the distance, suspended like glowing veins in an endless void. You step forward cautiously, and the ground forms beneath you. Only when your foot descends, smooth surface sliding into place, just in time. The path does not exist until you walk it, and even then, it dissolves behind you into nothing. The fragments in your palm glow brighter here, quivering as though they know this place, as though they belong more than you do. Ahead, you see pillars rising from nothing, massive columns of glass filled with floating faces, hundreds, thousands. Some clear, some distorted, all shifting slowly in the light. They do not watch you, yet you feel their presence in your chest, a recognition deeper than sight. Between the pillars wander other faceless travelers, drifting with uncertain steps, clutching fragments of their own, searching for the ones they lost. None look toward you, but you feel them sense you, threads of awareness brushing faintly against your mind, like the touch of unseen fingers. You pass a pillar closely, the faces inside ripple as you approach, and one fragment presses against the glass from within, your own cheekbone, pale and familiar. You place your hand on the surface, but it does not give way, the fragment staring back like an echo trapped behind water. The glow in your palm brightens suddenly, and the face inside the glass flickers out, appearing instead in your hand, complete with the others. A wave of nausea strikes you as the weight of recognition surges through your chest. Something about taking back this piece feels wrong, too easy. The faceless travelers stop suddenly, all of them turning their blank heads toward you in silence. You stand frozen under their gaze, no eyes, no mouths, yet you feel the weight of being seen, of being measured. One steps closer, holding out its hand, as if to take your fragments, but no sound comes from it, only silence stretched unbearably thin. You step back, the pillar beside you shattering suddenly into shards of glass that dissolve into nothing before touching the ground. The faces within scatter into threads of light, spinning upward until they vanish into the black above. The faceless travelers turn away again, as though nothing occurred, resuming their endless wandering. But the one who approached you lingers still, hand raised. Wait, your fragments thrum with unease in your palm, not begging to return to you, but trembling, as if they do not wish to remain with you either. The void shifts around you, the pillars bending like reeds in wind, threads of light flickering fast, carrying whispers. You almost understand. One whisper pierces through clearly, not in sound, but directly into thought. You were never meant to hold it all. The faceless figure lowers its hand slowly, tilts its head as if listening to the same voice, then dissolves into smoke that seeps into the floor and vanishes. The path ahead unfolds in fragments, a broken bridge stretching between collapsing pillars, each step forcing you further into the trembling dark. You follow it, your balance uncertain, the void pressing close on either side like a living weight. At the far end stands another arch, this one formed not of stone or glass, but of interwoven faces, dozens of them, eyes open, mouths moving silently, expressions frozen between sorrow and recognition. As you draw nearer, the fragments in your hand blaze with light, almost too hot to hold. The faces in the arch move more quickly now, their expressions shifting in impossible sequences, watching you without pause. You hesitate, then step close, the arch pulling you through, your body dissolving into the swirl of faces, and you fall through the lattice of expressions into a chamber below, where silence waits like a blade. The fall ends abruptly, your feet touching solid ground, though you never saw it appear. The chamber stretches wide, its walls smooth and dark like obsidian, swallowing every sound. Here silence does not feel empty. It presses against you, dense, almost physical. You take a breath, the sound of it vanishing before it can escape your lips. At the chamber's heart stands a circle of suspended faces, floating in the air like lanterns without flame. Each face flickers faintly, as if lit from within by memories they hold. You step closer, drawn to them instinctively, the fragments in your hand burning hotter with each step. One of the faces turns toward you, not moving physically, but your perspective shifts until it meets your gaze. It is yours, but not as you are now. It is younger, marked by expressions you do not remember wearing. A sudden rush floods through your mind, images flashing too fast to follow, echoes of days you never lived, or perhaps did but buried away. You stagger back, the fragments pulsing wildly, as if they are trying to break apart in your hand. Another face leans forward in the circle, this one hollow-eyed, scarred, broken by grief. You feel in your chest, though you cannot place it. The memory hits like weight pressed into your ribs. Someone calling your name, someone reaching but never arriving. You gasp for air, though the chamber swallows even that sound. Your chest tight, your skin prickling with cold recognition. The circle begins to turn slowly, each face presenting itself to you one by one. You see joy, terror, betrayal, love, all in fragments of yourself scattered across time. And the realization coils inside you like smoke. You did not lose your face by chance. You abandoned it piece by piece, unable to carry what it remembered. The fragments in your hand flare so bright you can barely look at them. Heat burning into your skin, the faces around you lean closer now. Not hostile, not kind, but expectant, waiting to see if you will take them back or refuse them again. One face whispers across the silence, not sound, but direct thought. To wear a face is to bear its story. Can you bear yours? You clutch the fragments tighter, trembling, not knowing whether you long to complete yourself or fear what the whole will reveal. The chamber tilts slightly, though the ground does not move. The sensation of falling sideways, pulling at your balance. The circle of faces expands outward, leaving only one in the center. Your own again, expressionless, unfinished, waiting. It glows faintly, not with light, but with something heavier, memory coiled like stone. You step forward, the pull irresistible, even as unease knots your chest. When you reach it, the face flickers once, then melts into your palm, merging with the fragments already burning there. A wave crashes through you, not of sound or light, but of memory so dense it bends the chamber around you. You stagger, falling to your knees as the world folds into spirals, the silence replaced by the rushing of countless voices, calling your name at once. The chamber fractures like glass, struck from within, and you fall again, this time into the voices themselves, carried downward without resistance. The descent has no bottom, only sound swirling endlessly around you. The silence is gone, replaced by thousands of voices overlapping in endless waves, each one familiar, each one your some cry, some laugh, some whisper secrets you never spoke aloud, others beg to be heard, fragments of feelings long buried, sharpened into echoes that now demand attention. The fragments in your hand dissolve into threads of light, weaving themselves into the storm of voices around you. You try to reach for them, but your hand passes through as if through smoke. Yet each thread you touch sends a vision through your mind, sharp, undeniable. You see yourself standing in a mirror-lit hall, but none of the reflections look back the same. Each one wears a different past, a different truth. You look at your hands in the vision. They are stained with ink, no, with shadow, dripping into the floor. The memory breaks before you can grasp more. Another voice pulling you instead into its grasp. You stumble through a new scene, a marketplace of masks hanging from wires above, hundreds swaying in an unseen wind. Each mask bears an expression stolen from someone you do not know, or perhaps knew but forgot. You lift one mask, it fits too perfectly, and when you put it on in the vision, the world changes. Voices go silent, shadows move differently. You become someone else entirely. The image shatters again, throwing you deeper, where new voices claw at you, each one insisting that it alone is the true self. The weight of them bends your chest inward, suffocating with the sheer burden of all the lives you might have been. The storm tightens suddenly, pulling you toward a center, a core of voices knotted so tightly they hum instead of speak. You fall directly into it, and for a moment there is stillness again. No sound, no sight, only pressure. Then an image unfolds before you, not fractured this time, but whole, sharp enough to feel real. You stand before a door carved from faceless stone, your own reflection frightened upon it, shifting, never settling. You know instinctively that this is where it began, the place where your face was lost, where you chose to let go. Your skin prickles as the memory pierces through, the door opening to a chamber filled with mirrors that reflected too much. Every failure, every regret, every silence you allowed to grow. You recall stepping forward, lifting your hand to cover your face, wishing only to stop seeing yourself at all. The wish had been answered too well. Your face stripped away like a mask unfastened, taken into the walls, hidden in this endless place. The voices around you swell with agreement, confirmation, as if they too were born from that choice. You fall to your knees in the storm, trembling with the weight of it, the fragments now heavy again in your palm, demanding you either claim them or cast them away forever. The storm pushes tighter, every voice merging until they become one singular tone, low, steady, almost like a breath drawn beside your own. It speaks without words, but you understand. To reclaim what you cast aside, you must face what you turned from. The door of stone appears again before you, this time within the storm itself, its surface trembling with waiting light. You step forward slowly, heart pounding, each breath sharp, as though the air itself resists you. The storm falls silent as your hand meets the door, leaving you alone with your pulse and the memory of your choice. And the stone begins to dissolve under your touch, pulling you into a corridor of blinding white that stretches forever. You step through the narrowing corridor, the light behind you fading into quiet shadow. The floor beneath you feels smooth and alive, pulsing softly with each step. Ahead, a circle opens in the center of the hall, hundreds of masks suspended from thin wires, swaying gently. You notice some masks have eyes that blink, some mouths that twitch as if whispering secrets. A hollow chill rises along your arms, each mask tugging at something buried inside you. Faceless figures move quietly along the edges, their hands never resting, crafting, shaping, polishing. You realize slowly their faces are blank, smooth as stone, empty as the void. One figure lifts its head toward you. The absence of features feels heavy, weight pressing softly against your chest. A mask smiles from the floor toward you, gliding on invisible air, stopping at your feet. When you lift it, your breath catches. It is your face, every line familiar, every detail exact, yet hollow inside. The fragments in your hand tremble, pulling toward the mask, as if they know it belongs together. The faceless figures drift closer, tilting their heads in unison, observing, waiting without words. A soft voice reaches your mind, not spoken, just pressed there gently to where what was lost. You must surrender what still remains. Your heart tightens, a pulse of recognition and fear, wondering what exactly you must give away. The masks sway above you, faint whispers brushing your thoughts. Memories not quite yours, lessons you thought forgotten. You kneel slightly, reaching toward the mask in your hands, feeling the pull of something deeper than sight. A subtle warmth spreads along your arms, the fragments humming softly, urging you forward. The faceless figures step back slightly, letting you choose, the circle of masks spinning slowly above you. Your chest tightens with anticipation, a silent decision pressing against your mind. The mask glows faintly as you bring it closer to your own face, threads of light weaving softly from the fragments. And for a moment, the hall feels still, as if holding its breath, waiting for you to make the final step. You lift the mask slowly, letting it hover before your face. A warmth spreads across your skin, soft and quiet, pulsing in rhythm with your heartbeat. The fragments in your hands float upward, weaving into the mask, merging gently. You feel the contours of your own features returning, familiar and strange at once. The faceless figures remain still, watching, their presence calm, not threatening. The hall seems to breathe with you, suspended masks, swaying lightly in a slow, unhurried rhythm. You place the mask over your face, and it fits perfectly, every detail aligning with the memory of yourself. The fragments dissolve completely, becoming part of the mask, part of you. A soft light rises around the circle, diffused and warm, brushing the walls and ceiling with gentle motion. You take a step forward, the floor steady beneath your feet, carrying you past the circle of faceless watchers. A quiet hum flows through the hall, almost like a song you cannot name, lifting your spirit, soothing your chest. The masks above sway slower now, drifting gently, some fading into light, some remaining quietly observing. You walk toward a narrow archway at the far end, light spilling softly from beyond, calling to you without words. Through the arch, a corridor stretches open, wide and calm, its walls painted in faint, shifting colors. You step into it, each step lighter than the last, a weight of lost fragments, no longer pressing on you. Voices rise around you softly, not demanding, only murmuring like wind through chimes. Familiar but distant, the world beyond seems endless, filled with paths you could wander, stories waiting to be discovered. You feel your face whole, complete, but the memory of its absence lingers lightly, a gentle reminder of the journey you took. You breathe deeply, letting the warmth fill you, letting your mind drift with ease. The corridor stretches forward, soft light ahead, shadows receding quietly into the walls. You walk on calmly, each step slower, each breath softer, the world opening gently around you. And somewhere beyond the turn, new mysteries await, quietly waiting without hurry.